Hey DK, how are you? Welcome. We're just getting started, getting prepped here. Making sure everything is stable and we are ready to go. How's your day going? Holy cow. We got a lot of people viewing today. That's a good early start. I will take it. Let's go. Alright, let's see. That camera's working. We're just going to do a quick camera check. Here's our plans. This is what we're going to be working on today, but we're working on the opposite of this, so the left side, not the right side. We got some nice funky music. We got new nails. Our workshop camera's working. The pups is here. We're good there. And our mobile camera's working, so I think we're in a good spot. Doggo! Let's go. Okay, so we're gonna go to plans view. This is what we're gonna be making today, but the opposite. We finished the right side last time. Now we've got to do the left side, so that's what we're gonna work on. Unless I completely made the other side wrong, but I'm pretty sure the other side is the right side, so I think we're okay. I think we're gonna do the left side now. Let me start gathering parts because that's what we gotta do. And we'll go from there. We got a nice build order we're gonna follow. We're gonna do our thing, and come on, focus. Focus, come on, you can do it. I might have to, I gotta take, hold on, sorry. I will fix that. Let's see. Let's see if this fixes it. Okay, if she doesn't stay focused, I will disable. No, I will not be building the hangar. I will most likely be borrowing a hangar from someone in the EAA. And then, until I get one, because I don't want to park it outside, so I'll probably be paying someone to like sublease a hangar until I can get my hands on one. But like we're probably like a year and a half, maybe 2 years out from first flight, so we have some time. That being said, after we finish this page, I'm pretty sure the next step is to put this part with the other part, with the big tail that's behind me somewhere. Hold on. Let me get you guys a picture of the big tail. That big part that's behind the exercise bike over there, that's the tail. So that's the next step, is to attach both pieces. I don't know if I'm ready to do that, so we'll see what happens with that. Because I'm gonna have to rearrange everything in the garage, so we may go on to another part or do something else. I don't know yet, but I think that's the next page, because that's page 11. Actually, you know what? We could look at that. So we're on page 12, and when we go all the way here to the beginning, to the drawing tree. Oh, not that page, not 2, but page 3. We go to page 3. We're doing 12. Once 12 is done, yeah, we have to do 11, which is where we put everything together. So yeah, that's going to be the next step, is to attach this front half that we're making to the rear half. So yeah, okay. And then, and we don't, and here's the problem. Here's the problem we have. This is the page that tells you the order to build it. So there's a couple different columns, and the way the page works is the top is when everything's done. These are all informational over here. That's why I have dash lines, and then everything else you work from the bottom up, right? So in order to do this, for example, this box here that's 26, you have to do 29, 28, and 27, because those all feed into that box, right? And you know, and so essentially you work your way down and up into the tree. So we've basically, anything with a green dot we've done. These are optional ailerons that we're not doing. This is the install of the power plant that we're not doing until the very end, until we have the engine here. We might move to either doing the tail install onto the fuselage, because we can do that. We have the assemblies, but we haven't actually installed them, so we could probably start on that. Because we never actually physically installed those. We created those fuselages. That might be the next thing we do while we wait on the engine. But So we've done basically this whole part of the fuselage here. Next, we're going to put the front half and the tail cone and the front and lower panels together, and that's going to give us the fuselage box. And then from there, we have to do the glare shield and the instrument panel, but the instrument panel we have to do a custom install for. So I'm going to have to get some sheet aluminum for that. These down here. So these down, so you can't see it behind my camera, but basically these boxes down here, those are optional. The trim system, we might do a custom installation, so we might deviate from that a little bit. And other than that, everything else we're gonna do the same way. But the problem is, once we get to the fuselage box being done, we can do the glare shield, we can start to do the assembly panel, we can install the seats, and we can do the lower cabin, I think. But we need to install the engine mount and the landing gear, so we can put the airplane assembly on the landing gear. And we won't have the engine mount to do the install. We won't have the engine mount to do the install until we get the engine, because we sent out the engine mount to get modified for the engine we're putting in, because we're putting in a custom engine. So this whole landing gear install section, right, where we do the engine this, and then the landing, you know, that whole section, we can't really continue forward until we finish that. So that's kind of going to be a limitation on our building. But what we can do is we can install the tail surface onto the rear half of the fuselage box, because none of what we're doing here affects that. So we can start that install. We can't do the wing installation, but we can install the ailerons and the flaps onto the wings. We haven't balanced the ailerons yet, and if we paint it, we're going to need to balance it. But we can do the wing complete. So there's a handful of like small things we can do. But we won't be able to fully finish it off until we have our landing gear. We have it on the landing gear so that we can start doing the rest of it, like the canopy, the windscreen. The electrical is going to be its whole own effort. That's going to be huge. The controls we can do once the wings are on. But that'll take a little bit of a while. So yeah, we're getting pretty close to being done with the physical building. But the avionics package itself, essentially, I always reference this page. But the avionics package itself is probably going to be like a good 6 months of wiring and like installing things and test fitting them and finding install locations for things. I've been starting to do some of the electrical design and whether I'm going to do 1 or 2 backup batteries aside from the standard battery. Because I am going to equip it with IFR electronics, so I'm thinking of doing 2 backup batteries, one for the autopilot and one for like the critical navigation system. And then the standard battery just to have for the engine, right? And for like the standard like stuff, right? So worst case scenario, we have a full electrical failure. We'll have a dedicated battery to run the autopilot. We'll have a dedicated battery to run the critical avionics. So the navigator, the main display, we'll lose engine instrumentation, but that's okay. We have to do a power analysis to see if we have enough to maintain the engine instrumentation, but we'll keep the main display, the navigator, 1 radio, and then if all of that fails, we have a G5 that has a 4-hour battery as a 3rd backup, and separate from that, I have a handheld walkie-talkie that I can talk to HEC to try and get us on the ground. Worst case scenario, if we have like a really bad electrical failure, right? Because I am planning to fly this at night on long stretches, and I am planning to fly this in IFR. Not into like thunder clouds or rain, but I will be flying through clouds and stuff, and I will be flying at night and potentially over like cloud layers. So I want to make sure I have enough redundancy to be safe and get it on the ground if things go, you know, really far south, right? Because at the end of the day, it's how much risk tolerance do you have, right? And I think the extra $500 that a spare battery will cost me, plus an extra $1,000 every like 5 years to replace both of them, is totally worth it for the margin of safety it's gonna give me. And sorry, my voice is a little hoarse because I went out last night with a girlfriend. Pics are on the Insta of the fit and the friend, and we went dancing. And my hip hurts, my knee hurts, my voice is hoarse, and I've got a bruise that I have no idea how I got it, but I think that just comes with ADHD. Anyways, back to building. Back to page 12. We did 1. We needed to make 2 of these, so we did the right one. The right one is done. We got to do the left one now. So the first thing we need to do is get the lower longeron angle. And that's going to be WXB F1306L. So I will be right back, chat. The nice part is though, since we already have one part that's done, it's easy to find like reference parts. I need a very long piece of metal that I cut previously and that looks like an L. And there's about the length of that. Where would I have put that? Ah, I found it. Ah. Here we go. Okay. And this is why I organize and label everything, because we have WXB F1306L. That's step one. This is going to be our left side right here. This guy. I do need to clean it up a little bit, but we'll get to that. Okay. Okay. Now we got to get the skin. I know where I put that, but can I get it out? Okay. Here's the skin. Wait. Think about this. Oh yeah, this is the left side, so this is backwards. Okay. I'm gonna flip this over the other way to clamp it. Because this is gonna go like that, right? Flush like this. This is how this is gonna go. Okay. I'm gonna do this on the ground so it's perfectly flat. And I can make sure that the distances are right. And we need some clamps, so we'll go to the workshop view, move this down. Okay. Gotta get our clamps. And we gotta start taking our FAA pictures. I don't want to leave this out here too long because I don't want this to be out in the sun because it will affect the length of the metal. Okay. Check something on the other one. Short on the front, that's okay. 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 And we actually want this to be flush, so we're gonna find, I need a bigger one. This one over here is bigger. Perfect. Sorry, I'm moving again, chat, because I needed a bigger one. We'll move the camera. Okay. Basically, I need it to be flush, so I want to do this on a flat edge that I can match the bottom piece to the skin when I clamp it together. And the easiest way to do that is to use the floor. So that's what we're gonna do here. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing on the other side. Okay. Okay, I'm not very happy with this. This doesn't feel like it's flush with the bottom. We're gonna clamp this, but we're gonna come back to this because I don't feel like this is flush with the bottom the way I want it to be. Yep, no, it's not. Okay. We're gonna have to work this somewhere else. We're going back to the table chat. I am not happy with how flush this is. I just want to check the other part just to make sure. I'm pretty sure we made it perfectly flat. We did. And we want to match that again. So, let's move over to here. And, generally I work in, freedom units, but occasionally I will switch to millimeters. But it is an American kit, so almost everything is in freedom units. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna cheat, and I'm gonna use a flat piece of aluminum that I already have, right? And I'm gonna use this to set, to basically push the parts flush so that I know that they're flush, and reattach my clips. And now it feels perfectly flush like we want it. So I'm happier with that. I want this a little tighter though because I don't want this to shift. Just gonna give it just like a little eighth of a turn here. Go back, get ourselves flush again. Okay. We're flush there. All right. I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to release the rest of these clips. Now, at least these two in the center. Yeah. And we'll reset at least one of these here, about here. And again, we're going to just do the same method. Use our nice little piece of metal that we already have. It's going to put us right where we need to be. And I will okay. Now we'll just check. That feels nice and flush. Beautiful. This over here. Okay, that all feels good. And then we just gotta do the end here. Probably do it this way. Perfect. Okay. Now we've got a nice flush section. Okay. I am happy with that. So, all right, now we're happy with the location of this. We're happy with the spacing from the edge. Now we've got to drill the crap out of this bad boy. So, I got to set up the air tools. But yeah, we're working with Freedom units because, you know, America. Okay, that guy's set up. Our drill is set up. Now we just need a drill bit because we're doing a new part. I always like to get for the tiny drill bits, I always like to get a fresh drill bit every time I start a new part, especially for the small ones because they wear out fairly quickly. And I need to remember to order some more of these, so we'll be doing another order of these probably just to have some on hand because we're down to our last bag. I can probably sharpen some of these, but honestly, I usually just take a fresh one every time we do a new part. Okay, so now we've got a pilot drill this bad boy, so let's cut in our drill, and we're just gonna work our way back to front, keeping an eye on spacing the whole time. And I'm gonna get some clecos first because we're gonna put those in as we go. I was supposed to get a shipment Friday, but it didn't come in time. I ordered a few extra things. Sad that it didn't come in, but Where are we talking about? Here? The panel? I don't... Or are we talking about the lighting here? Okay. Well, let me do this. Let me get rid of autofocus on this camera. Because that's something these stupid cameras do that drives me crazy. I'm probably never going back to long term unless they patch this at this point, and I don't think they'll ever do it. Really, these cameras can have infinite focus, and I actually prefer when they have infinite focus, but the software always makes them do things. There is a wave in the plants here. Right here, there's like a little like arch because the plants kind of fold over themselves. But, so this is kind of bent in a little bit, but it doesn't matter because we're setting the bottom longer on, and the skin itself is not going to change dimensions. So as long as we're flush down here, this bottom edge down here is flush, which it is, we can drill it out, and this will be set in place and be perfectly flat, which is what we're trying to do. And then what I should do is I should get a block of wood just to protect the underneath so we don't screw up the plants. Okay, everything feels flush, feels good. Let's go. Let's get to first hole, no going back. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll never mind. Oh, my sister's calling me. Be right back. Sorry, chat. That was my sister. She's having her baby shower, so. She's having her baby shower today, so she was like calling to check up on me and see how she was doing. I had a flight to see her out in Philly, but unfortunately with like the winter weather and stuff, my flight got canceled and I didn't rebook. I probably should have, but I didn't. I'm a bad brother, sister, friend, neighbor. But we're getting her a bunch of diapers, which should be great, and it's her first baby, and it's gonna be fantastic. But now we're back to building. Let's freaking go. How do we feel about this music? I kind of like it, but I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. I like it because it's kind of like different, you know? Definitely like Americana. Like, I mean, jazz is the last true American art form. Some would argue the only American art form. But yeah. Yeah, like the whole family is over there, which makes me feel bad because like my brother's there, my stepsister's there, my stepmom is there. My obviously my little sister is there. But we're back, we're building. We're doing our thing. Double check everything feels good still. Nothing shifted. Okay, let's continue. Can't get that one. But I can get this one. Okay. Let's remove this guy right here. Spacing still feels good. Let's do some more drilling. And it's getting a little warm. So we're gonna take this bad boy off. I could honestly probably find a flight to Philly tonight. Maybe. I don't know. But then I gotta find a dog sitter and a bunch of other things, and I just don't think it makes sense right now. So, alright. Let's keep building, chat. Do you guys prefer that view or this view where you can see the rest of what I'm working on? 'Cause I can do both. You know which ones you guys want. Okay. Oh, thank you. I would have forgotten. This is why I have SC bot, because otherwise I don't hydrate. Of course, I just ate my hair and hydrated my hair, but you know, you win some, you lose some. How are things feeling? Our edges still feel good. Our edges are still flush. That hurts my ears. This guy over here, we probably don't need this guy, but here anyways, because just in case. Actually, I'll move him over just to here so we have a little bit more space to drill. Okay. That guy can come off and we can keep going down this row. Oh. So this guy's now set. Take our photo. Shit, I'm gonna take a... Okay, and I think now we can take these clips off. Well, we'll leave these on because these are on the ends, but honestly, I think we can take those off now. I think we're good. We're gonna lift this up real quick. Put this down here real quick, and let's see what the next instruction is. So, lay lower longeron, lay side skin on table. Put the longeron even with the bottom edge of the skin. Using pilot holes, and side. Cleco lower longeron in place using pilot holes and side skin. Locate pilot draw and Cleco lower longerons. Yep, we did that. Nice. I always like it when there's good weather finally. I mean, the East Coast is gonna get hit pretty hard here the next couple days, so. That's the other thing, is I can't risk getting stuck over there either because I need my vacation for my surgery I'm having in April. Next step is locate pilot draw and Cleco WXB F1401 forward angle assembly. Oh no, locate pilot draw and Cleco upper longeron in place using pilot holes and side skin. The upper longeron is going to be... Upper longeron is this guy right here, which is WXB F1302 right, and I think that one's actually pre-drilled. I don't think we have to pilot drill that one because that's the updated machine parts, and these plans were done before they got those new machine parts. So I think that one is pre-drilled. So if we look at WXB F1302 left, right? We look at this bad boy. See, it's already got the holes drilled in it. All those holes are the holes that we would pilot drill based on the skin, but since this already has it, we don't have to pilot drill them. They're already there. We just basically have to install this, so that's what we'll do. We're gonna install this bad boy here. So we'll put this guy right here, and we'll get our skin. Place our skin over the top, line it up. Then all we've got to do is Cleco the crap out of it. Which makes life very much easier. This is one of the improvements they did halfway through the B model kit, is they upgraded the machine parts on this kit. So there are some parts that become basically an assembly as opposed to a creation. So like the bottom part, I made that longeron. Then I had to drill it to the skin. The upper part is kind of fully machined, but it's also a square, like a square box section, so it's kind of good that it's machined. You could do it by hand, but it's one of those things that it's just it makes more sense that it's machined. Especially since it basically sets, like this upper part here basically sets the edge of like the water line, and it sets the edge of the water line. It sets like where the canopy bow comes in, right? So it's like by having it be pre-machined, you guarantee that it's square. You guarantee that all the holes line up correctly with the skins. The engine mount is in the right. The upper engine mount is in the right place. And that just sets you up, I feel, a lot better. That sets you up a lot better for long-term viability. You know, we'll leave it that way for now. It's fine. Go every other hole. They can't. It doesn't make sense to machine all the parts, especially like the simple angle part. Plus, right, like part of the kit is building it, right? Like, if I wanted a plane that was just an assembly, I'd probably buy like an RV-12 or something, because those things are purely like an exercise in assembly. But I actually wanted the experience of building, so there's that. Okay. All right, that's in place now. The nice thing is, like I said, we don't have to pilot drill it, so it makes life easier. The wings are done, TK or DK. The wings are done. We've set the wings. Like, the wings are completely done. There's videos way back from like a year and a half ago of us building the rings. That was hours and hours of setup. Like, the first wing skin I put on, I literally spent probably 5 or 6 hours making sure everything was level with a laser level, lining everything up, putting the wing skin on the ribs, kind of like straightening out the ribs, to then clamp them down with ratchet clamps. I was very annoyed at how much I had to do setup. And honestly, the wing kits, really well done, fantastic. Like, the plans were great, but I literally spent like, I want to say I spent at least 3 months on a single page of the plans for the wings, and I had to do it twice. Okay, and I had to do it twice. Here's our lower longeron. This one we put in. Our upper longeron, that one we just clecoed in place because it was pre-drilled. We didn't even have to think about it. It was, yeah. And the worst part about the wings, I'll tell you what I disliked about the wings. What I like about all the other components is, yeah, you'll be working on a part for a while, and you know, you have to make a left and a right one or whatever, right? But you feel like you're making progress. The wings, I never felt like it felt so repetitive, because it's like, literally, like, I forget if it's 12 or 13 ribs, right? But 12 or 13 front ribs, 12 or 13 back ribs, and it literally feels like you're doing the same thing every freaking time. And I screwed up one part where there was supposed to be like a brace, and instead of putting the brace, I accidentally put a rib there, and I put the brace where the rib was supposed to be. So I have one of my wing ribs that's actually bolted in, because otherwise I would have had to replace the whole wings part. I did check with the factory. The factory cleared it with bolts. They said, yeah, no, with bolts is fine. You can use bolts in place of the rivets. They're stronger anyways. But the wings were an experience. And let's not even talk about having to be... You thought the amount of time I spent deburring this part last week on the other side of this was long? Imagine a wing skin top and bottom with like 20 holes per rib times 12 times front and rear. So I have to deburr the panels, I have to deburr the ribs, I have to deburr like any attachment brackets. Like, oh, I don't miss building the wings. Honestly, that's one of those things that if I have the money in the future and I'm building like an RV-10 or something, I might get quick build wings. But the RV is a little bit easier, I feel, because the RV is solid rivets, so the wing panels are chunks. You don't do like a full wing skin, but that also makes it harder too. It's easier because you have more small pieces that you kind of get done, but it's also harder because you're more susceptible to put twists into the wing. Whereas because the wing skins were pre-drilled for the most part, and I just had to drill the ribs, as long as the wing skins were lined up even on the spar, front to back, it kind of self-removed twists. You still needed to check twists, and I needed to shim a little bit. Every time I set it up, it was like about an hour to like throw a laser level, shim it, make sure it didn't have a little bit of twist over the full length. But because you had the full like length of skin, it was a lot easier to ensure you didn't have twist. So much pain. So much pain. It is bad how much pain I had. There is so much pain. Anyways, this looks good. Did I get my picture? I don't even know if I got my picture. No, I didn't. I gotta get a picture of this side to just show the longerons in place. Okay. Okay, now, next step. F1401. F1401. I think that's this angle that goes here. I've got to look at the notes for that, but let me find that angle first. Yep, okay. Here's 1401 left. Okay. The empty weight of the aircraft is going to be called literally the basic empty weight or just the empty weight. That is not necessarily the empty weight is a little bit of a loaded term because the thing about empty weight is, yes, there is the empty weight of the aircraft, but you also have to consider when you say empty weight, technically, once the airplane is fully assembled with fuel, tanks, and oil and everything else, the empty weight of the aircraft is supposed to be the aircraft with no oil, and you typically will have filled the fuel tanks up once and completely drained them, because some fuel always gets trapped that you can't really pull out. So typically when you do a CG on an airplane, you'll know how much usable fuel you have. You do that test to see how much usable fuel you have, so you basically fill it up with a calibrated amount to the maximum quantity of the tank. So to a 50-gallon tank, you're expecting to put 50 gallons in, and then you'll fully drain out the tank, and then usually there'll be like half a gallon or a gallon or some amount of extra fuel kind of trapped in places where it just won't get out because of the shape of the tank or how the sump is built or any number. And so that's considered unusable fuel when you're in like a typical like landing attitude, right? And that fuel, because it's unusable technically, since you can't really get it out of the system, technically is part of the empty weight. But that is what you're looking for. If you're looking for the empty weight of the aircraft on the ground without any passengers, any fuel, you're looking for for something labeled empty weight. But just keep in mind, it could potentially have a little bit of trapped fuel, and typically it does not include the weight of oil. It includes the weight. It's a dry weight for the aircraft essentially, other than you drain the fuel out. Okay, so this is the piece we're gonna put here, and let me do this in the plan view so you guys can see. So on this forward edge, we've got to put this piece here. That's what we got to put there, and we got to put it flush with those parts. But in order to do that, we have to disassemble this bad boy. And then I also want to look at the plans and just double check what it says about putting that piece in. Yeah. So of the weights you listed, right? Basic empty weight is the weight of the aircraft with no fuel and no oil. Max gross weight is typically the maximum weight that you can take the airplane off at. Sometimes your there is a difference between the max takeoff weight and the max gross weight. There's some airplanes that you can have like basically an extra gallon of fuel on board and the airplane is okay on the ground. The wings won't hold that load, but the ground structure will. So you can have an extra gallon of fuel basically in there, because the engine will typically burn about 1.5 gallons between taxi and run up. So you may have a max takeoff weight that's different from your max gross weight. I think the DA-40 is like that. It's very few airplanes, but there are some airplanes like that. There's also some airplanes that have a max landing weight, because you might be able to take off with a load of fuel, but you can't land with a load of fuel. That happens a lot in big commercial airlines. That's why they have to dump fuel before they land, or sometimes they have to dump fuel to get themselves lighter for landing performance. Useful weight is the difference between your empty weight and your max gross takeoff weight. And that basically tells you, okay, if I can have, let's say you have a 2-person airplane and it can hold 500 pounds, right? Well, how much is a full tank of fuel for that airplane? Let's say it's 100 pounds of fuel. Well, that means you have use that number to say if I put full fuel on here, I can fit two 200-pound adults in here and go flying. Or if I'm gonna fly with two 200-pound adults and 20 pounds of baggage, I can't take 100 pounds of fuel. I can only take 80 pounds of fuel, and you have to do your flight planning that way, right? And then your acrobatic weight is actually, usually they have a max weight for acrobatic performance because the weight has a direct effect into the amount of stress you put when you G-load the aircraft, right? Because the G-load is a multiplier. Everything weighs a certain amount more than it weighs to start with. And so airplanes will typically be rated to what's known as a standard category and then usually like a utility category. And so most acrobatic airplanes will be, you know, what you'll see in the utility category, they're rated to like plus 6 Gs, minus 3 Gs at a utility weight of like, let's say 900 pounds, right? But your max gross weight might be 1,300 pounds, and that's, don't quote me on these numbers because I don't remember. I need to look at an operating handbook, but I think for a standard category, I want to say it's like plus 3.2 and then like minus 2.2 or something around there. I don't remember. I should know that by memory, and it's something that I've forgotten. But if you look at Part 61, it defines what loads you have to take under the different categories. And that's what it's based on. It's typically acrobatics. You want to pull more Gs, the utility category numbers are used. And it's all based on the loads that the structure can take. Right? And that's a design thing from an engineering perspective, which is why it typically is defined in Part 61, which is like the aircraft certification standards, not the pilot certification standards. I used to know the part by memory, but honestly, Google is your friend. Okay, so we're doing now WXV 1401, which is A. Right, this is WXV 1401. This is the left version of it. And if we look at A, it talks about okay, so we want the edge of the extruded angle flush with the skin. That we can do. That'll be super easy, and we'll do that with the same piece of aluminum. So we'll just disassemble the whole top half. We don't need that on here, and then we'll reassemble this after we've pilot drilled it. There are a handful of people that jump in my chat occasionally that know a lot more than me about this stuff because they've done more than one airplane. This is my first airplane, or they've worked in like the structural design aspect of this that hop in occasionally. But you know, that's my very brief layman's understanding of it. Okay. And this says yeah, the extruded angle needs to be even with the skin, flush with the skin, so. But we'll bring that back in a second. I'll move this over this way a little bit so you guys have a better view here. And I want to say it's this way. We're going to double check here, but I'm pretty sure it's this way. It's got to be this way, right? My plane is going to be 120 horsepower. Technically 130 continuous, so it's a little better than the Jabru, which is only 120 for like 5 minutes. So, it may actually be a little bit more than that because the people who do my engine have come out with a turbo kit So I may do a major modification to it after it's flying and add the turbo kit for slightly more performance, depending on where the performance cruise numbers are. I may not. If I do add it, it'll really be more for a high altitude performance than anything else. But okay, we're gonna take off these clamps from the skin because we've drilled the skin, and I want these clamps for this piece. Honestly, I think I'm gonna keep this clamp here though, just because I want this piece to stay solid and locked. Where's my little piece of metal that I like to use? My flat stock. I had it here somewhere. Oh no. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna leave that there. Okay, that's flush. That's not tight enough. Okay, that's better. Okay. Feel pretty good about that. We will redo this top half after we've drilled the bottom half. Just to be sure. Actually, no, let's loosen this. Not 100% happy with this guy right here. Is it an optical illusion? Okay, yeah, it's an optical illusion. Yep, we feel flush there, but I don't like how big this gap is here. So what I like to do is after we drill this bottom half, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this clamp off, do another clamp another clamp in the middle somewhere to kind of like tighten this up a little bit, because I feel like how loose this is could be a problem. What are you talking about? This airplane? Max gross weight on this airplane will be 1,320 pounds. I'm hoping it builds out somewhere between 600 and 700 pounds. Is where I hope it ends up. It'll probably be closer to 750 with paint, since I'm gonna paint it now. Well, actually, paint shouldn't be that much, but because I don't have to. It depends on what kind of primer they use and how many coats they put on it. But if I can keep the plane under 750, that gives me roughly 5 and change. 20 times 6 is 120. So I should be able to hopefully, if I can keep 520 pounds of gross weight, I can go full fuel. 550 is really where I'm gonna be comfortable. I can go full fuel and 200-pound passengers on a long trip. Ideally, it'll really be closer to, if I can have like 600 pounds, it'd be better, because then I can have 2 roughly 180-pound passengers. We really won't be that heavy. I'll be the heaviest one probably. I should be like 180, 190 by then. And then I'll have someone lighter in the other side, or the pup. And then, oh, thank you. And then obviously full fuel and a bag or two at the back. That's the plan. But we need to drill this bad boy out now, so let's go ahead and take care of that. I need my block of wood somewhere. Thank you, chat, because we know I won't take care of myself. I'll end up putting these from the other side, but for now. Okay. Oh, I should probably take a picture of this. Yeah, honestly, I kind of like this playlist. Very chill, jazzy vibe that I vibe with. I very much vibe with this. I did play acoustic bass way back in the day, so that's probably why I actually like this. So. Yeah, it's kind of sad what has happened to music programs. I mean, sad's probably not even the word. Depressing is probably a better word for it, honestly, but... I can actually say I've been on the radio. I know that sounds crazy, but with the high school jazz band, I was on the radio, technically. Okay, what I do want to do now is I want to move this, and I want to put these clicos from the other side because they'll hold a little bit better, and we can reassemble the whole assembly. So we're gonna do that now. We're just gonna we're gonna take a picture of this. We're gonna start there. As you know, FAA pictures. Yeah. We were our jazz program in my high school is really good, and our band conductor was like we got to play with like some big like stars, like famous like jazz pianists and saxophonists and other things. When I was in high school, like we weren't a magnet program, but honestly our jazz band was better than a magnet program because our band director was a former like jazz musician who like really like held us to a super high standard. Like he truly loved music, and he loved teaching music, and he loved jazz, and so like we were well taken care of. We were like we did like some national stuff too. Like it was kind of crazy. But yeah. Good times. What we're gonna do is I think I'm gonna put this vertically because that's gonna be easier. It's not gonna be as good for you guys to view, but I think I can fix that by doing this. If we do this, you guys can just see what I'm gonna do, which is gonna be super easy. It's nothing too crazy. We're just gonna grab from one side, put back on the other side. Oh, attempt to put back on the other side. There we go. Now I'm actually gonna just take all of these off, because I do want to reassemble the part. that goes in there, so they don't get lost or damaged or anything else. Okay, now that we have that, you can take this assembly here. I believe it goes like this, but sandwich between here is this guy right here. And it's skin, rounded corner. This guy with the turnbuckles up. And then this guy right here this way. Also, this will make it a little bit stiffer, which will be good for us, so. Okay. That's funny. Gotcha. And now what we'll do is we'll just put these from the other side. Work our way up towards the center, and that should. Yep. Yeah, my engine builder said he had the crate done and he just needed, but he made it too small, so he needed to redo it. That's why he hasn't gotten me a shipping quote yet, so he's rebuilding the crate. So hopefully I'll have an engine here shortly. We'll see. If not, I will be flying to Georgia and dealing with that. Okay. Alright, let's see what our next step is, chat. Hopefully without breaking our plans too much, because we've already like cut a bunch of holes in them and done bad things to them. We might have to tape those at some point, but that's fine for now. Okay, so we've now located a pilot drill WXP F1401 forward angle assembly using the pilot hose in the angle assembly. We need to click on the forward rudder pedal angle to the side skin. I believe that is this guy. Yeah, left hand rudder pedal angle. That is SNX F1407 left. Wait, the forward angle assembly or... No, the rudder pedal angle. Yeah, so SNX F1407 left. We'll be right back. Here you go. SNX F1407 left. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to probably... I think I'm just going to place this here for now. And so we can see the plan. So we're doing this assembly. The angle has to be forward, right? So if the angle is forward, this guy should go this way? Wait. That doesn't look right. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. Where's section G? Oh, I don't see detail G. Those are... Oh no. Damn it. Oh. That's gonna hurt. I broke a nail. And that's probably gonna turn into an ingrown nail. That freaking sucks. I'm not bleeding too bad, so it's fine. But that's probably gonna turn into an ingrown nail just the way it broke. Okay. Look at section G. Okay, G is just the assembly, that's fine. Okay. Yep, okay, so the end goes to the front, the end goes to the front. This is the only thing that makes sense this way, right? Oh, this is gonna bother me now. That sucks. So how high you're allowed to fly basically depends on a few things. Hey, how are you, Trey? How you been? I wish I could have caught you last night when you were live, but I was out with Peyton and some friends. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing great. Well, I'm glad both of those things are true. And I'm glad you're back to live streaming so I have a chance to catch you again because I know you had some stuff going on. I don't know the details, but I know you had some stuff going on, so I'm very happy to see you back online again. So just know that. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if we can put this last one in. That doesn't feel like it went in, and it didn't. We can fix that though. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, we got that guy in. We got a Clico wing attack triangle 1 and 2. Wing attack triangle 1 is going to be on the left hand side is going to be SMB F1408. And the other one is going to be an SMB F1409. So 08 and 09, but they're in opposite orders. So we'll be right back. Go find some parts. Where are these parts? Where are these parts? I don't see these parts, chat. Did I lose these parts? They're longer parts. I don't see them there. I don't see. Are they? That's not it. Down there. Where the heck are those parts? Usually I'm so organized. I would have expected them to be up here. Chat. Where did I lose these parts to? They're not up here, right? Not up there. They're not up there. They're not in any of these structures up here. This is 13. That's not the one we need. That's 11 and 12. We need 8 and 9. 8 and 9 should have been next to 12 and 11. I've got 11, 12, and 13, but I don't have 8 and 9. Okay. So 8 and 9 is either still in the box, or because they were longer, I had to put them in a different space because they were too long. But that doesn't make sense. We're gonna check. We're gonna start with the box. We're gonna start with the box, but like, where else would I put them? Like, normally I put all the parts together next to each other. Not any of that. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let's check the box. We're gonna check the box. Hopefully, in my infinite wisdom, I left them in the box. Yeah, I did. Right at the top. 1409, 1408. Okay, I did. Clearly, I was thinking ahead because they're like right at the top. So. Okay. Now, looking at this. The front one is going to be, on the left side, it's going to be 08. This is 09, so this is the back one. I think that's going to go that way. And I think this is going to go this way. That feels right. Okay, right? 08 on the front. This is 08. 09 on the rear. That's 09. Okay. Alright, let's put them in. That one in. More up here. Okay, that's in. Okay. That's done now. What's the next step? We gotta do the horizontal angle, so that's 13. 13, where does horizontal, is it this guy? Yeah, okay. F14, 13 left, which we just saw. That's this guy right here, chat. And then this guy is gonna go in the back to front. With the angle up. This guy's gonna go this way. Okay. Well, let's go to this view because I think this view will be a little bit better for you guys. Okay. Okay. Cool. That's done now. Okay. I need to click on the gear attach angle to the side skin. Which is gonna be this guy right here. For the left hand side, that's gonna be F1411 left. We're just gonna bring both of them so we don't have to walk back and forth, but you guys can see that, but here, this is easier. 1411 left. Now that guy has a little bit of a cantilever to him. He's leaning backwards and the cantilever is near the top, so I think it's this way. Right? Because if we look at it, it's leaning back, the cantilever starts at the top half, slides down. Yep. Okay. Okay. Back to work. As Mike Patey would say, back to work. That'll work there. Okay, what's next? Next we have to do seatbelt attach angle to side skin. Seatbelt attach angle I think is this one. Yep. 1412. Left. And that's going to go this way? No, this way. Yeah, this way. Yeah, this has to go this way. That's gonna go right there. Oh, hold on. The doggo got herself wrapped up in my hose. I'm like, why does this feel so much shorter than it should? There's doggo problems. Okay. She's in now. Okay. Slowly making progress, chat. Slowly making progress. Okay. We gotta do the upper motor mount now. The upper motor mount is going to be section E, which is not visible here. This is F. That's the lower motor mount. We need the upper motor mount, right? Okay, so if we look at detail E, we're gonna move this out of the way. Okay. Look at our plans, and we're gonna look at detail E. Here's detail E right here. Right? Got 3 holes through the top that we're gonna have to drill. Okay, we've got the 4 on the side that we're gonna have to drill, plus 2 more. And there's pilot holes in the motor mount already, so we shouldn't have to drill the motor mount. We do need the motor mount though, and the motor mount is going to be SMB F1501 left. Okay. That's the one we're looking for. It's got pilot holes in it already, as you can see. So we've got to place this and then drill it. And it's got to be flush with the front half. So here's a nice thing. This is already pre-drilled, so we can place this, and then we only have to drill the rest of the holes. There will be 2 holes we have to drill, but we can basically place that based on that. That upper part and not feel terrible about it. So, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, that went through there. That guy went through there. Beautiful. Okay. We can do the verticals. The verticals are already there. Just to keep that in place. Okay. Okay. So now we can take a picture of that in place. Let's give you guys a better view. Sorry, of where we're working, which is going to be right there. Go. Take a picture. So we've got 2 points, 2 points. Now we got to drill out these 2 bad boys right there. Can we fit this in there? That's a little tight. This one we can get no problem. Put a Clico in there. Okay. Well, that guy's through. Beautiful. Okay, that guy's drilled. Now, there is a problem here. Okay? According to the plans, we're supposed to have 3 holes at the top. You notice? Supposed to be 3 holes at the top, right? So I'm gonna have to hand drill that. So in order to make that work, I know what the spacing is. It's basically double the spacing of these two holes up here. It's basically, there's two holes up here. I need to do double the spacing of that because essentially they're supposed to fall between the bolts that already go in there. So I need one more right there. And it's not actually pre-drilled here, but it is in the plans. And since it's in the plans, right there, I've got to put it up there. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to get smart. We're going to go ahead and take these guys out because they will basically give us our line of reference. Okay. And I'm actually going to do this down here because this is going to be easier with it flush on the ground. Okay. I'll see if I can give you guys an okay view of what we're doing here. But again, 1, 2, and a third one there. And so in order to get that there, I need to mark it out here. What I'm going to do is we're going to get our mobile camera first. Okay. If you guys can see that. Perfect, you guys can. Ah, beautiful. That's perfect. Oh, no free feet pictures. Okay. We're gonna get ourselves a nice little red Sharpie. We're gonna get ourselves a nice little straight edge. Okay. I'm over here. No, not the feetsies. I don't even have a mani-pedi today. Okay, so we're gonna do. What we're gonna do here is the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna measure the distance between these holes. Which looks like it is 3/4 of an inch center to center. Okay. So that means we gotta go 1.5 inches from the last hole. So what we'll do is we will okay. There are 1, 2, 3/4 of an inch. 1, 2, 3/4 of an inch. 1, 2, 3/4 of an inch. Right there. That's where we want our hole. Right there. Right on our spot. And if we go on the opposite side, I lined up almost perfectly, so that's where we're gonna put that hole, just a hair on this side. Okay. Let's just, we are gonna take a picture of this. And what we can do is actually we can measure this the distance to the edge. Just a hair on the bottom half is where we want to be. Okay. Okay. Now, we're gonna drill this, but again, we're gonna drill this just a hair towards the bottom half because we're just a hair over. And what I like to do is just manually twist the drill, so that will get us our initial little start point, and then we can just drill through, and it won't walk. Alright, we're in the second set of material now. There we go. So now, we've got our 3 holes that match the plans. Why that third hole isn't pre-drilled? Is that something they changed in the plant? Is that something that's different between one airplane and the other? Is that something that they put in after they shipped my plant? I don't know. But, point is, the hole now exists. And everything as we expect is in line. Yep, perfect. That hole is perfect. Okay. Alright, that part is done. We're gonna go back to the plant view because no free feed pics. You know how it be, chat. You know how it be. Okay. I'm gonna reset the camera. I'm gonna be right back, chat. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. So we'll be right back. Alright, chat, we're back. Ooh, we have a hydration. Okay. We're definitely gonna hydrate. I think I'm gonna kill this because I brought a 7-Up down. So we've hydrated. Before we continue, let's go ahead and take care of this. So we can keep hydrating. Because otherwise we won't hydrate. Yeah, I definitely should have gotten some ice, but oh well. It's fine, chat. It's fine. We're fine. Hi, baby. Okay. Alright, now. Tickle upper motor mount using the pilot hole to mount. Detail E. Now we gotta do detail F, which is gonna be, I'm pretty sure, the lower motor mount. Yep. Okay. Now the lower motor mount is interesting because I don't think this one has pilot holes. What we can do about this one? Yep. This one definitely doesn't have pilot holes, so. What are we doing with this one? This one's detail F. Okay. First of all, this block of wood needs to go away. Listen to it. Secondly, I need to look at the plans here real quick, so let's do that. Okay. Huh? You know, if I ever do this again, I'm probably gonna get a drafting board just to have this separate from my building area. Okay. Here's this guy. Face even with the forward edge of the forward angle assembly. Okay. And for this one, we need F1502 left, which we have. Skin, Londron, and then this guy's gonna go there, so. And this one we kind of just have to drill out. Okay, so this one we're gonna have to clamp in place. Okay, so. Okay. Alright. So now, I need to remove this clamp. I need him to be flush with this guy here, so I need my little plate again. Wait, I need it to be flush with what? Forward face of the assembly, okay. And tied against the bottom. Okay, so I need this to be flush here. That's what I need, that right there. I need that to be flush right there. It's got a piece of wood because I think a piece of wood will work better here. Because I can press against it a little bit better. I think that's where we want it, right there. feels right there. Oh, that didn't work. What the heck? What is going on? Okay, something's wrong. What? We're gonna try this a little differently. We're gonna put this flush. Okay. It's flush right there. Okay. Let's double check. That is flush. I'm happy with that. Okay. Then we need another one of these. Okay. Now we're not going to move from there. Let's make sure we're flush. And we are. More flush than we are up here at least. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think we're good with that. I think we're good with that. We need to photograph that. Okay. I think we can drill this guy out now. I think we drill this guy out now. Start right here. Right in the corners. Okay. Okay, I can't reach there, but I can reach this one. So, we'll do this one. Okay, I don't want to ruin my nails, so we're gonna use straight edge for this. Okay. Let's okay. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna swap all of these things around. I want the clicos from the other side so that I can drill vertically, and then we'll go and then we'll finish drilling these out. So take care of that now. Okay. Takes care of that. Now we gotta figure out how to drill these vertical screws, but I know how I'm gonna do those, I'm pretty sure. And we're gonna use our fancy little corner bit. For 3/32 bit, right? Right? Right, because silver clicos are 3/32 clicos, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so what we're gonna use is we're gonna use this fancy little tool here. And that'll allow us to get down here. Okay. It'll also allow us to get in here. What we're gonna need is we're gonna need our regular drill though, like a regular power drill. So let's go ahead and grab that. Grab ourselves a battery. Okay. Okay. Let's take a picture of this process so they can see the monstrosity that we're doing here. Okay. Okay. We got one left to do. Is that last one at the bottom there? Santos. Alright. Door motor mount is in. One more clickle. Alright. That part is now done. What's next, chat? What is next? What's next? If we look at this, we just did the lower motor mount using the pilot holes in the mount. See detail F. Detail F told us make it flush with the forward face. We did. We drilled our 6 holes, so 2 and then 1 and then 3. We did our 2 verticals and then we did our 3 on top. Now we will have to drill those up to 1/8 inch. That's fine. We haven't done that yet, but I should have actually. Did I do that on the? I did. Okay, cool. I did that on the other one. Cool. So we did follow instructions. Just making sure. Okay. So now we need F14-10 gusset in 5 places. Okay. Using the gussets as a placeholder. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. I think those are the 5. 10, 10, 10. And then we have... This is 07. We're not doing 07 yet. We're doing F14-10. This is detail D, and if we look at detail D, that's F14-10 gusset. So that's the ones we have to do next. Okay. Let's go ahead and take care of that. Let's find our gussets first. They should all be in a bag. Yep. $14.10. We have 5, that's perfect. Alright. Let's start with the 3 at the top, because the 3 in the top, I'm pretty sure... Yes, the 3 in the top, we are already pre-drilled, so we can put them in and then drill the vertical ones, which is what we need to drill. So... So, if we look at these plans... Okay, so they're the 3 vertical angles, right? So, and which side is in the top? The short side is in the top. Yeah, okay. So the 3 part is in the top. Okay, so here's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this way. We're gonna go to this view right here. The reason we're gonna go to this view is because it'll be easier this way. So, need one here, and that one's facing towards the back, so this one's gonna go this way. But the thing is, there's already picos up here. So we should be able to move one of these. One of these should now be able to okay. Now we should be able to hold this guy here, the other corner. And if we do this, those holes should line up with the holes in the skin. In theory. But we're gonna drill them all at once, so. So then this gusset goes here. Okay. That gusset's in place now. Do one more over here. This rear one, and that's facing way right. Yep. That one goes that way. Okay, that's now in place. Those two are in place. And then we need to do... Oh, you know what I just thought about? Wait. You know what I just thought about? We don't need to do this. We need to take these guys out. We're going to take these guys out. Here's what we're going to do. Okay. These gussets should just fit. Okay, we're going to take these gussets out. Okay. Now that we've taken those gussets out, we're going to make sure the skins are attached right in those corners. Okay. And here's what we're going to do. We got to be smart about this, chat. These are actually pre-drilled already in the skins. So what we're going to do is we're going to move this here. Damn it, I've destroyed so much of the next set of plans here with this corner, because this corner's sharp. Okay. Okay. These we can just drill. Right, we should just be able to just drill these bad boys because... And then just attach them, right? Because the skin is pre-drilled already, so... Should be easy enough where we should just be able to just do that. Alright? Do the same thing over here. Do the same thing over here. And if we do that, right? Now, wait, let's pick this up so we don't break this anymore, right? If we do that, right? Those are pre-drilled. And we should just be able to just attach those. Literally should be able to do this now, right? Oh, right, there's Clicos up there. And those look like they line up actually pretty well, so. Alright. Alright. Yep, those line up really well. We should be able to do the same thing on this side. right? We should be able to do the same thing with this last gusset here, because those are already pre-drilled, right? So that's fine. These are cake, right? The ones that are going to be a little bit harder are the other ones. Okay, those 3 are done. Okay. Now we need to do the 3 bottom ones, which is gonna be this guy right here. So let's look at that now. Okay. Okay. They're gonna go. I think they're gonna go here. I think the other one goes here, maybe? Or is it this way? Gotta double check. The forward one is facing back with 4 holes that way. So that one's this guy is this guy right here. Okay. And the other one, throw a clamp on that. Will the shorter clamp work? I don't know if this will work. Let's find out. Nope. Yeah, these are gonna work. Ugh. I don't want to go I can go through here, but I don't like... Can I even go through there? Not a good way to clamp. I think I can clamp these this way, but I don't like... fan of this clamping here. Okay. That guy can go there, that's fine. And then this guy here. Will the clamp reach? I don't know. I don't think it will. Nope, it won't. How the heck did I put this one on the other side? I don't know how... How the hell did I clamp that on? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just swung it. I think I might have just like sent it here. Okay. Found a piece of wood. Oh, there's already a piece of wood there. I'm just gonna check the plans real quick one last time before we do this. Okay. So this one's clamped in place, that's fine. This one's not. This one we're kind of just gonna play by ear as best we can. Okay. That one's done. Gonna move on to the next one, which is this guy right here. Oof, my ears, chat, my ears! They hurt. I like that sound. Okay. Alright, chat. Those guys are done. So now we've done the F14-10 gussets 5 places. We need the rudder pedal mount assembly, which is this guy right here. Right, that's detail G, which is somewhere up here. Detail G, which is right up here. Okay. And that is F1503 left, right here. And basically we've got to mount the verticals with the leg down, and that's the 3 holes forward. We don't even have to worry about the distance because these holes are already pre-drilled in the skin, so we'll just mount those guys and we'll be good. So let's go ahead and take care of that now. There's those holes, so this is basically going to go backwards that way. So let me grab 3 clicos. Okay. And this guy is going to go actually, I'm going to put him back where he was. I don't like the spot so much. This guy is going to go like this, right? Yep, the angle is up, this part is down on the other side, and then we've got to drill these 2 holes. So let's go ahead and put these clicos in. Okay. Take our picture. Okay. We gotta drill those guys out. I don't think I can fit that guy there. Oh, I actually can. Okay, nice. Beautiful. Got our 2 clicos. Put them in from the other side. Oh. Oh. cable not long enough? A different one. Much better. Not perfect, but better. Okay. So, that guy's in now. Okay. I need to do the lower gear gusset to the side skin. That's gonna be... There's a lower gear gusset. And that's not pre-drilled, right? No, it's not. Okay. So lower gear gusset, we're looking for SNX F14... Sorry, SNX F1509. 09 and 10. Okay. So we gotta do the lower gear gusset next. I don't like that we don't do 1507 yet. I honestly think we should do 1507 next, but we're gonna do the lower gear gusset. 3, skinny you towards the back, right? Yeah. So this is gonna go here. It's gonna go there. We're gonna clip all these in right now. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this, alright? Okay. I'm gonna clip all these in right now, so we're gonna start with this one. Okay. That's the lower gear gusset. I don't even like that spot. I think I can get us closer. There you go. So we've clipped this in place, now we've got to drill it out. Before we drill it out, we're going to get a little FAA picture.
A little different than all the rest. I'm quite old-fashioned where I had sometimes played chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage flame. But all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to someday find that vintage love. I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore. And out of a sudden, you came through the door. At the next table, you're whispering me. The lights within was all that means all me. And forevermore, I like to share that vintage dream.
Okay. Now that that's done, we can take these guys off. Okay, we're gonna move this camera now. Okay. That guy's done. Okay, initial placement is done. Now we need to do the lower gear gusset to the side skin, upper gear gusset to the side skin. The upper gear side gusset, I believe, is 10. F10. F15-10, right? Yeah, F15-10, and that one needs... Okay. The 4-hole side is towards the top, the 5-hole side is towards the bottom. The 4-hole side is towards the top, the 5-hole side is towards the bottom. So this guy is going to go right there. That's where we want that guy, right there. Can we clip that in? I don't know. Maybe. We're going to find out real quick here. Oh, I think we can. Beautiful. Okay. Perfect. That works. Let's get you guys a closer view. What we're working with here. That works for you guys. We're gonna take a picture of this. Oh. Sorry, chat. I'm removed, but still visible, I think. So now, there. Let's click right here. Okay. Now with those two corners set, we can remove this guy. get that last corner just to set everything in place. And now that everything is set in place, we can just go about drilling. We're gonna go back to our plans view chat and we're gonna flip it over and do our thing. Okay. Those gussets are in place. Okay. Okay, the next one we need to do is SNX 1507, which is that guy right there, which is going to be 4 and 4, but with the gap vertical. Okay. Okay. $1507 is the one that goes down here. This guy goes right that way. That's 1507 right there. Just double check something before I put that on. The gap is vertical, right? Yeah, the gap is vertical, so that's right. Oh no, I almost feel like this should go just a hair farther in. Or like here. Okay, that looks better. Okay, let's drill.
A little different than all the rest. I'm quite old-fashioned, wear a hat sometimes. I'm looking for that vintage fling, but all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to someday find that vintage love. I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore. Out of a sudden, you came through the door. At the next table, your whiskey neat. The lights were dimmed as our eyes met, and you saw me. And forevermore, I like to share that vintage dream.
Did I forget to draw one? Oh, I forgot to draw one up here. That's funny. Okay. Good thing I noticed, chat. Okay. I forgot to draw one over here.
Forevermore,
Okay. Gusset. Lower, upper. All three of those. We got the seatbelt gusset next. This guy's gonna go here. Huh. We got a lot of doggo action, chat. A lot of doggo action. Okay. Let's flip these over to the other side. Okay, that guy's done. So we now have done the seatbelt gusset. We need to do the angle clip next. This was interesting because this one right here has to be, we have to measure this out. I think it's that way, right? But we need to measure out. We need, I think the measurement is 3 at 23 seconds. From, yeah, the bottom edge. So we're looking for 3 inches and 23 seconds. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 23. And 23 seconds is the same thing as 94.5 millimeters. So if we go this way, .94 and a half, 94 and a half. Yep. Okay. That's where we need that clip right there. Yeah, Chloe, yeah. Okay. Where are we at here? Sorry, chat. I thought I had put this camera back, but we basically measured this out to 3/22. Then we drilled it out. That line is at 3/32. So now done. Okay. The clip is in place right where we need it. Let me deal with this pup. Come on, Chloe. What are you barking at? What are you barking at? Dale. We're just gonna short leash you now, cause you obviously can't be on a leash that long, cause you bark too much. Oh, my knees, chat, my knees. So, we measured this out to 3/32. Okay, so that's now in place. I think that's everybody, chat. So I think now we have to up drill everybody. I think we're in the spot now where everyone's here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to our plans. Okay. We're gonna go back to our plans here real quickly. Right? We're gonna put this guy vertical, go back to our plans and double check that we have everything we expect. Okay? So. Okay. Here's our plans, right? What should we have? Starting front to back. We should have our channel assembly, our upper motor mount, our lower motor mount, our angle, our rudder attach point, our gusset, our angle, our gusset, angle, gusset. Oh, wait. Yeah. Lower gusset, corner gusset, right? 3, 1, 3 on this one, right? So 3 in the front, plus a lower mount. 3 in the front, plus a lower mount. The upper mount and the bracket. The 2 brackets. Gusset, gusset, gusset. Gusset. Attach angle, gusset. Right? Our horizontal. Okay, everything is there. Okay, chat. So, now that we've confirmed that everything is there, the next thing we gotta do now is... up drill everything. Okay? But we're not up drilling everything. We're only up drilling what needs to be up drilled, right? So... kind of mad that I screwed this up with the corner of with this corner, that sharp corner. But it is what it is. Okay. So we're gonna start front to back. We're not gonna do... This front half has to be drilled for the bigger screws, but I don't think I have the gold clicos that are required for that. Right? These are tight fit holes for the top four. The bottom four not so much, right? Oh no, these are, yeah. The top are tight fixed holes. What about the bottom? Yeah. So these are all tight fit holes for the motor mounts. Let me see how many gold clicos we have and then we'll go from there. Okay. I think we have enough gold clicos to make it work and then we'll just put hardware through them, right? No, we only have 4. Okay. So that's enough to do each one first. Okay, let's start with the front. We're gonna drill out the whole front for CCP 44s. So they all have to go to 1/8 of an inch. So I think that's fine. So let's drill out the whole front. The top half. The top half. Okay, the top half we're not. Okay, so let's think about how we're gonna do this real quick, okay? We're gonna grab this guy. I'm gonna flip this guy over. Okay. Okay. We're gonna drill him from the other side. Okay. But before we do that, let's look at this guy, right? What do we know? Okay. The first 4 holes, we're definitely gonna drill out. Then after that, we're not gonna drill. So from here, this way, we're not drilling. All the way up to the gusset plus 3. So to here. And then we're also not drilling 4 down. Okay. Same thing over here. The gusset is going to be 3/32, so 4. Okay. Now we're not drilling, so it's 1, 2. After the 2 after the gusset, then we're going to leave 1. We're going to leave the 3rd one here as well, undrilled, right? Okay, that's fine. These are going to be drilled but not riveted. The front half are going to be, these are going to be drilled but not riveted to 1/8 of an inch. These back ones are all going to be, the back ones are all going to be drilled, the front ones are going to be drilled but not riveted. That's fine. So that's, since they're all going to 1/8 of an inch, that's fine. We're just not going to rivet them. And then over here, from there, we're not doing the gusset. So none of these are getting drilled. Those are all staying that way. That one's not getting drilled. That one's not getting drilled. That's what's not getting drilled. That's what's staying 3/32, right? Everything else looks like it's going 1/8 of an inch. Yeah, I don't see anything else, so we're not drilling. Everything else is getting drilled out, okay? Those are the only ones that we're not drilling. Everything else is getting drilled out to an eighth. Not everything else is getting riveted, but at least everything else is getting drilled out to an eighth. So that makes life easy for us. Because now... Okay. I think I'm gonna like this camera back where it belongs. Okay, yeah, beautiful. Okay. Not drilling that, not drilling that. We're drilling everything up to an eighth. What about the engine mount? Yep, everything's going up to an eighth. Even the engine mount there. Even the bottom half there. Perfect, okay. Oh no. Oh, I gotta check something here real quick. The lugs are going towards the angle. Okay, yeah, no, we're fine. I thought the lugs were backwards for a minute. Okay, we're good there. Yep. Alright, chat, let's get ready to do a lot of drilling. We're gonna leave everything so that all we have to do when we get back is deburr. Okay. Chloe, yeah. Okay. Everything else except what's right is going to be drilled up to an eighth. Alright, chat. What about the upper engine mount? Yep, everything's going up to an eighth. Okay. Alright, chat. This should be easy. Lots of drilling. I'm gonna move this over this way a little bit. And we're just gonna go. Sorry, chat. Ow, that hurt. She is barking up a storm, chat. Oh, yeah, that's not good. Yep. Oh. We ripped our nail off of our nail bed with that last one. I was wondering why that hurt. That's why that hurt, because we ripped our nail off of our nail bed. That will frickin' do it. Ugh. Nothing like ripping your nail bed off of your nail, chat. cool. So other than ripping my nail bed off of its bed, I think I forgot two holes, chat. We're gonna look at things once we have all this settled out, but I think I forgot two holes, chat. There's some manual holes that I needed to install that I don't think I did. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh wait, I forgot those last time too. Pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure I forgot some holes. Yep, I did. These guys right here. Those 3 holes, I forgot those 3 holes. We're 3/4 of an inch from the bottom hole. Oh yeah. Yeah. I put you on a short leash and everything so you wouldn't be barking like this. Yeah. Shush it. Okay. All right. So we have to measure out some holes here. Okay, so now that we've marked these holes, we've got to drill them. So that's what we're gonna do here. I'm kind of annoyed that these holes were not already in the skins. And I wish I knew why they weren't, but I wonder if it's a difference between the different airplanes and they reuse the same skin. I wonder if for whatever reason the Sonics is slightly different. I don't know. Okay. So now that that's done, we can do this. Okay, now we can drill the crap out of the rest of this. Oh, whoopsie. Chloe, ya. ¿Qué no te dije? Ya. Deja de ladrar. Ya. Dude, it's like you've never seen a neighbor. You've seen the neighbor. Like, chill. Okay. I think we're done drilling holes, chat. Hey, Shackle, how are you? Welcome. We're building an airplane part. The dog's going crazy. This is the part we're building. So this is the left side. When you sit in the airplane, this will be right next to your hips. She is, yeah, she's on a rampage with the neighbor's dogs and the neighbors. You would think she had never seen the neighbors before. She has, but I don't know what's going on with her. But airplane part. I'm gonna show you basically where this goes. Imagine, well, she wrapped herself around the chair too, so that doesn't help. 1 second. I've gotta untrap her. Come on, this way, come on. No, wrong way. Go that way. Go that way. Come here. No, this way. Come here, there you go. Go that way. Go. There, you're free. Okay. Imagine I'm sitting down in the airplane. Okay. This basically goes right here. If I'm sitting in the airplane. So this is the left side. I have one that we did last week that's the right side. And this big fat chunky part right here and down here, that's 2 of 4 bolts that the engine connects to. And when we started, this was all just a chunk of parts. And then we put it all together, and now it's almost done. And by almost done, I mean it's probably got like another 6 to 8 hours of work, but you know, we're getting there. Baby steps. Okay. And let's go back to the plans. So yeah, we started with all the parts separated, and now they're all together. So this is my typical Saturday stream. I kind of just put stuff together. Yep. Let me get this cable loose so I can. I've got 4 bolts left to drill. So I just need to get my mobile camera loose, cause you know, first world problems. And dog, like, I don't know how she does it, but I swear she likes getting tangled. She tangles my airlines, she tangles my camera lines, she tangles like herself. Like, the level of tangle that she's able to accomplish is actually kind of impressive. Okay. This is going to be super easy, but still needs to be done. It's like the last 4 like big bolts we need to, well, small holes we need to drill, and then we need to move up to like some bigger stuff. But so the top of the engine mount has 3 holes here. We already did the ones in the bottom, so we had to drill those out. But yeah, airplanes are all about weight saving, so if you have any questions about any of the parts or any of the tools, feel free to ask. That's what we're here for. Also, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I have a desire to put a Starlink in my plane once it's built, so that I can stream flights. Alright, like if you do like a, let's say, I don't know, a like 7 to 8 hour flight, like, you know, you can kind of just chill with chat as you're flying, and you know, kind of almost like a, yeah, just like a cute little vacation flight. I originally wasn't planning to do that, but like it's something that, as I've talked to more RL streamers and a couple of like the niche streamers that I met at TwitchCon, I didn't think of there was a way to do it. But a couple of the people that stream like RL, like digs and other science content, they're like, oh yeah, you can get a Starlink, and like we're on like moving vehicles and other things, and like, you know, out in the field. So we're gonna once the airplane is built, we're gonna try it out and see what happens. It may or may not work. It may be a total dud. But yes, live stream in the sky. That is That is what I'm hoping to turn my Saturday streams into. Like once a month, go on a flying live stream. Back to the plans. Okay, so I know this is a mess. We're just gonna put this here while she goes cray cray. And we're gonna lean this over this way so it doesn't fall. Okay, stay. So we've got to do the motor mounts for the bolts. We haven't done that yet. We have to do the bolts for this guy, and we have to do the bolts for that guy. Okay, those are the things we need to drill out next. But I just want to double check everything else before we move on. Okay. So detail E, we drilled the top 3 bolt holes for 1/8 of an inch. The 4 in the front are done. The 2 down here are done. This whole row is done. The bottom 2 are done. And these 2. And these 4. We'll have to finish those off, but those are almost ready for the motor mounts. We did the whole bottom row, including these, because these are all drilled to 1/8 of an inch, which is their final size. They're just not going to be riveted. But all these are 1/8 of an inch, except for that top row. So the top row from there all the way to here is 3/32. So we kept at the small holes. And then we did 2. We kept one we didn't drill. We did a bunch, and then the second one before the end. Yep, okay, we're good there. This whole row. Okay, this whole section, that whole section, that whole section, and that whole section is done. Bottom row is done. That doesn't get drilled. That hole hasn't been made yet, so we'll have to do that. This row and that bracket we need to do. And then the whole top row is done. Okay, cool. Alright. Yeah, well, so here's the fun part. If I end up getting my IFR, y'all can see me flying in the clouds. Not that there's going to be much to watch, but you know, we could potentially be flying in clouds. Right now, I can only fly, I can't fly inside of clouds. I have to stay out of clouds. So, right now, all of our live streams, if we got to that point, would be basically like outside of the clouds. Oh, I needed to hydrate. I was very thirsty. But, okay, so now what we need to do is, these big holes have bolts. So we need to work on drilling those out. The problem I have is, I only have 4 of these gold things. And these gold things are the size of those holes. And I ordered 30 more. The shipment was supposed to come in yesterday. It got delayed because FedEx. And because FedEx, 2-day shipping, they should have been here Friday. It's now Monday shipping because they don't do delivery on Saturdays. I paid extra for shipping. It didn't get here. So we can still work with this. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm giving them a hard time, but I get it. But it's still disappointing, you know? Like, a little disappointing, right? So what we gotta deal with now is we need to start drilling up the 3/16 for these guys. But before we go 3/16, we do have is we have enough of the intermediary size, the 3/32, or the 5/32, that we can kind of drill those screws up for now. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put these to the side. Get some tools out of the way. Move my camera again. Try and untangle the dog from the camera wires, because of course she's done that. And then set up some cameras so you guys can see closer what I'm working with. And move that, move that. That can go there because I don't know where my chair is, so we'll put that there. Give me 2 seconds to untangle the pups one more time, because, you know, First world problems. I know. I know. Okay. We got this part here. We'll bring our chair back because we're gonna need that. Okay. We've got our drill over here. We're gonna need our drill bits for some of these because I think we're not gonna be able to, we may be able to get it with regular drill bits, but I'm not sure if we will be able to, so we're gonna double check. Okay. Our number 21. Which is the next size up. That's our next size up drill bit. Okay. And let me just... Chloe, what are you barking at, baby? What are you barking at? You want to go say hi to Shackle? You want to say hi to Shackle? Come on. Stop barking. Come here. Let's go say hi to the stream. Let's go say hi to the stream. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I got you. This is our terror, Chloe. We love her. She's a stream mascot. She gets treats for subs. I used to give her treats for follows, but she started getting fat, so we only give her virtual treats now for follows. I'm actually gonna give her a quick little walk, because we have been building now for 4.5 hours. So I'm gonna give her a 2-second walk. We'll be right back. Say hi to Chair. But yeah, she's been really barky today. Like, she tends to bark at the neighbors or when people walk by, but she's just like been barking at a... I honestly think there's a car at the neighbor's house and like it seems weird to her. So she's been barking a lot at that, and the funny part is if I had her not on a leash, I guarantee you she wouldn't be barking. But because she feels restrained, she's being a barkaholic. There she goes, trying to kill me again. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna start working on some of these. We're gonna start with the top half. We need the top 6 need to go up to the max size so we can put a bolt through it. And then we need the bolts. So the bolts are gonna be, what are the bolts gonna be? The bolts are gonna be AN 52510 R11s. So they're screw head bolts. AN 52510 R11. We're gonna need 6 for the top. We're gonna need some washers, and the washers are gonna be AN 960-10s. Okay, and we're gonna need bolts. Nylock bolts. All right. Okay. Here we go. We got our bolts. We got our washers. We're just gonna put all these together so we don't lose them. And then we're gonna hold on to one to test fit into the holes because these are tight fit holes. So. Also, Shako, were you the one who did that clip of draw going into like the depths for the first time? Because that clip was gold. I was dying watching it on the Insta. So if that was you, awesome clip, thank you. If that wasn't, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was Instagram gold. So good job. Okay, we're gonna keep this one off to the side because this is the one we're gonna test once we've up drilled. So we're gonna start with the top one. The top one we have 6 bolts we have to do. So we're just gonna go ahead and flip this up this way. I'm gonna move some stuff around. And in case you're wondering why I have 50 different cameras, because when you have big parts or I'm working on the plane away from here, I'm trying to give you guys a good view. Sorry, they're gonna get some motion in the ocean here. This is the part we're gonna work on right now, these 6. I literally have 1, 2, 3, 4 cameras down here. Upstairs I have something like, I've got the pedal cam, the over-the-shoulder cam, the face cam, the gaming cam, and I've got like 5 cameras upstairs. Because I've got 4 that I have like mounted permanently, and then I have a 5th one that's kind of in a box that I pull out whenever I that's what she said. Not really, but you know. For the plane, I'm actually planning to get Insta360s. But yes, that would be honestly, if the plane streams go well, I will permanently mount a stream deck so that and just set up the scenes so that I can literally like not think. So I can literally, while I'm flying, I don't have to like, you know, spend a lot of time doing camera work, because that at the end of the day, the flying streams are going to be an interesting thing because you always fly the airplane first before anything else. So maybe it's something where I rotate the cameras. Maybe it's something where I put a camera in a wing or something. I don't know yet. We're going to figure out what we're going to do, but flying the plane is always going to come first. The one thing I am worried about with doing the plane streams is there are people that are a little how do I describe this? A little not fantastic to all the aviation YouTubers and stuff. And I say that let me double check the thickness of this nut before I screw something up. Before I drill a bigger hole, I just want to double check. We're gonna get our trusty dusty calipers and just double check this. Yeah, 3/16. Okay, perfect. Okay. We do have to drill it up to 3/16. I just wanted to make sure because I just drilled it up to 5/32 before I drill it up one step and not be able to undo it. We want to, you know, make sure. But yeah, there's a lot of people that tend to be a little like cantankerous and go running to the FAA when like the pilot streamers or the pilot like YouTubers show learning things or things that are just like, you know, like it's just, hey, you know, this happened, I learned from it, you know, I'm putting myself out here because I made this mistake so that, you know, hopefully you guys don't make this mistake, right? And instead of like these people, you know, like understanding where these people are coming from, what they do is they like report people to the FAA. And don't get me wrong, right? Like if you're being blatantly like if you have a blatant disregard for safety, that's one thing. But your pilot's license is honestly, like the way it was described to me is, it's your license to learn. Yeah. And in general, the FAA tends to be, you know, kind of chill about that kind of stuff. You know, they tend to side on the, you know, on the side of the pilots. But there have been some people who have had their license suspended, right? You know, um, um, so that's the scary part. Okay. So now we've got to go to the bigger size screws so that we can put bolt holes in here. We'll start with this corner and this guy right here. And again, right, that's just one of those things that just like kind of sucks, right? We said 3/16, right, chat? And so that's something that I'm gonna do it, but you know, I'm a little worried because I don't want to lose my pilot's license. It's like, not that I do things that are unsafe, you know, granted, but still, right? You never know when you make a mistake. Things happen, right? So, all right, here we go. We're gonna try and make this as straight as possible because we want this to be a tight fit hole. And that means exactly 3/16. So we don't want to move the drill around much, you know, do any of that. Oh yeah, I mean, regardless, we're definitely gonna, you know, I think the initial stream or two will probably be very, very low key, single camera angle, not, you know, anything too crazy. And then if it goes well, if the Starlink works well, if all of that functions, then longer term. Okay, perfect. That's nice and it's gonna fit, but it's just, you know, it's got a little bit of give. Yep, that's gonna work. So yeah, so like I said, I think initially we'll probably do one, maybe two cameras, maybe one to capture the avionics, or like the secondary avionics screen, and one to capture the like the view out the cockpit. And then after that, then we'll transition to maybe some other options for the views. But that's a plan. Okay. Okay. That takes care of the upper half. We're gonna probably just take those 3 out when we work on the lower half, but in fact, I think, yeah, what we'll do is we'll leave one in the bottom corner. The top half I'm not too worried about because it's already kind of attached there by these 3 top pieces. So we'll just leave that one in there and we'll use the other 3 for doing the rest of these. Okay, now let's go back to the plants. So we just did the 6 that are up here. We need to do 8 down here. So we need 8 more bolts. They were AN 52510 R11s. And what I like to do is grab the bolts and just set them up like this, just to make sure that there wasn't the wrong bolt mixed in. We could technically measure these, but I mean, I doubt they were all wrong, so. And then we need 960-10s. I'm telling you, she's on a rampage. Okay. Same thing with the washers. I just want to make sure they're all the same height, because you never know. It's almost like she's like, somebody's watching me. Like she knows. She looked back. I love Doggo. She is 13. If you look at the front of her face, you notice how like her face is all white. She used to be completely tan, the face, and I'm not ready. I'm emotionally not prepared for that day, chat. Day that happens, yeah. I hope I get at least 3 or 4 more good years out of her, but we'll see. We'll see. I know, and it's like she, you know, she used to get the zoomies. She doesn't do the zoomies anymore because she's like hurt her shoulders a few times with the zoomies. So like now she has this cute little. She's always had this cute princess trot. But now she has this like super cute princess trot without like a care in the world. She won't like run around and follow me anymore. Like she still follows me, but it's like I can get far away, and she used to get the zoomies and run back and forth and play and everything else. Now it's like, if like I take her to the dog beach and I like, you know, try and run with her, she'll just trot behind me. As long as she has eye contact with me, she just does her little trot, and she has her little princess trot going along. And she's like, she's like, I don't have a hurry. I'm old. We're gonna be chill here, and we'll move when we move, and I'll get to you eventually. Which I think is kind of hilarious, but also at the same time, it's kind of like, oh, my poor baby. Okay. All right, now we have to do the bottom 8. There's gonna be 4, 2, and 2. See if this camera is set up properly. Nope. We're gonna do these 4, 2 and 2. That's the goal. Also, let me know what you think of the music. It's something different I'm trying. It's like the super chill, jazzy, like music that I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm experimenting. It's like, I don't know, it keeps me calm, I guess. Not that I need to be calm, but you know. I'm not caffeinated right now, and my ADHD when I'm uncaffeinated is a problem. I forgot to take my FAA pictures. So I have to log and prove that I built at least 51% of this airplane. So as part of that, that's when I say I have to take my FAA pictures. That's literally what I'm talking about. Is I'm taking a bunch of pictures that I then post up to a website where I log all the building I do, the amount of time I spend doing it, and the pictures of the build. It is in my panels. So if you're ever wondering where we're at with the plane, it's there. We are currently, our wings are done, all the control surfaces are done. We're working on the front fuselage now, these sides, so that then we can attach it to the rear fuselage, which is already done. And then we have to wait for our engine builder to get us our engine stand. Yeah, basically. And then we put it on the gear, and then we're gonna attach some parts to it, like the we gotta attach we have to, at some point we don't have to attach the wings, but we have to attach the wings to set the angle of incidence and drill out some screws, and then we can take the wings off and put them back on the racks until we're ready to install. We do need to put the control system in there, so like the torque tubes and other things, and we have to do that with the wings on. But that's something I may do at an airport. I haven't decided yet how that's gonna happen, but like stuff like the tail we'll be able to mount, the tail control surfaces. So we have the tail currently assembled but not mounted. So worst case scenario, that's something we can go and do. But my engine builder is supposed to be shipping me my engine here shortly. I checked in with him last week, and unfortunately, he built the crate too small. Okay? The crate that he's going to ship the engine in, he built it too small, so he had to go back and like rebuild it, which is not great. But yeah, basically it's a do-it-yourself plane. That literally is what it is. It's like the website's actually called the Experimental Aircraft Association's Builder's Log, of all things. Okay, we're gonna put this one here, so we can do that one, and this one, and then this guy will be done. That guy. Okay. This guy. Okay. So now that guy is done. Okay. What I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put that there. And we're gonna keep, that's fine because this has a 3. I think the rest of the ones I need to do are all 2 screws. So I think actually we'll leave these here like that. Because the far ends don't have anything attaching them. And then we'll just have 1 gold one, but that's okay. We can get away with 1. Okay? Yep, let's go in. It is a tight fit. Yep, okay, perfect. I don't want to push it too far in because I don't want it to have to like hammer it out from the other side because they are tight fit holes. But those all feel good, so I think we're in a good spot with those. This guy. Back to the vertical. Okay. And we'll go back to the plans. And, okay, so now the last 2 sets of holes we have to do are these 2 up here, which is detail G, which is somewhere. It's up here. Yeah, it's all the same bolts. AN 525 10R11s with 960-10s. So we'll work those 2 next. I'm gonna work those 2 which go up here next, which you can do with a single bolt, and that one's actually not too bad to do with a single, because the clip is attached to another part. Speaking of that, clip being attached to another part, we're gonna go here. So that clip is basically these 2 holes down here. What I am gonna do though is I want to do that and that for extra stability on that. Okay. Yeah, so the 2 we want to drill out are these 2. So let's get our 4 bolts that we need. And the hard one to do is going to be the last one we do. I mean, jazz is the last true American art form. Okay. Alright, let's go back to our plans. We're gonna just check these guys out, make sure. Do our usual. Yep, they're all the same. We're good there. We may actually finish this part today. I don't think so, because I think it's gonna get too late. And I'm already getting a little tired because I went out last night. But I think I could probably go until like 11. If I went to 11 p.m., I think we can get it done tonight. We're pretty close. Because we're going to be done with this at like 8:30. And then we would need to take it apart and clean it all up. But honestly, that's still mind-numbing that I usually like to leave that for its own day. So you understand the airplane building process? We assembled this whole thing. We did a bunch of things where we like put some brackets in. In fact, let me show you the backside. We're going to talk about what we did today because we've got like 2 bolt holes. It should be quick, and I think I'm going to stop there. And you've never been to an airplane build stream, so you obviously saw the part and you have an idea how it works, right? Okay. The part started off as just this aluminum plate and nothing else. Okay? And what we did is we took this aluminum plate, okay, and we added this thing down here that we made previously like a week ago. After we did this thing, we added the top piece, that one came pre-made, so that was a little bit easier. And then we worked our way from the front to the back, attaching this piece, this piece, this piece, that piece. New camera angle. Okay. Then we attach, this is the last piece we attached. Then we attach this piece. then this piece and this piece, and then we attached this guy, that guy, and that guy, and this guy and that guy, and one more back here that you can't see, but if I go here, it'll be over here, and this guy, right? We had to do a bunch of drilling on that. Then we attached the motor mounts, so the big metal pieces in the front, this guy right here, if you can see in the inside camera, and that guy up there. And then we did this brace, that brace, this brace, that brace, this piece up here, and then this little U shape here. This is the one that's the hardest one to put the bolts through that we're gonna do our thing with. But this guy's next. So this is the next one we're gonna drill out right here. 2 bolts, but this one's easier because it's held in place by the temporary fasteners on this plate because this is all one piece. That's where the rudder pedals go. And then so some of these holes were drilled, not all of them were drilled, so we had to go back and drill most of them. And then after they were all drilled to the initial pilot hole size, we had to go back and make them bigger, which is what we did what we were finishing right around when you joined. And now we're doing the same thing, making them final size for all the holes that have bolts. So those are a little bit bigger. And then once all that's done, we have to do this thing called deburring, where we take all the parts apart, and every hole that we drilled, we have to go in and clean it up on both sides of each part. Because excuse me, when you drill a hole, it makes these little sharp edges and these little like metal flakes, and you've got to get rid of all of those because essentially all those metal flakes that are attached can break off and they can cause micro cracks that will eventually, with a high vibration environment of an airplane, crack the entire hole, and then you lose strength. So we have to clean all of them up, and that part for me, it's necessary. It has to be done. It's a little mind numbing. It's kind of good meditation, but it's a little mind numbing, and it's very repetitive. So it's one of those things that I usually need to like be rested when I start doing it. And then we assemble it all and rivet it, and I can show you a completed part because we have the right side. Yes, exactly. But I'm going to show you the completed right side so you can see what that part complete looks like. And in fairness, it's not fully complete, but it's complete for that plans page. So this is what the other side looks like. This way, right? And so as you can see, this row up here is not fully riveted. These back here are, except for those 2 holes. I think those 2 holes, I don't know yet, I have to look farther in the plans, but I think those 2 holes are not riveted because that's where the canopy is going to come in. And so you got to put in the canopy bracket in first before you drill these guys out. These guys all back here are riveted, and there's a screw hole here, and then there's a big giant hole for where the seatbelt's going to go. The wings come in by here, and the reason why this half is drilled but not attached yet is because I think in order to have access to drill out the side holes on this back bracket and this front bracket, you need to be able to remove it with the wings in place. I don't know for sure, but the plans say to drill these but don't install rivets on them, but everything else has rivets, as you can see, right? And then here is the 8 holes that we drilled for the bottom with the screws permanently in there. The 6 we did at the top. These 4 screws aren't permanently in there until we put the canopy on. Like the front half of the canopy is different from the back half of the canopy, so the back half of the canopy folds off. The front half is permanently affixed. And same thing with this row up here. I think this row is where the front half of the canopy is going to go, which is why it hasn't been fully drilled out. And then these are the 2 holes we're going to work on next. But yeah, this is what the completed part on that page per plans looks like. And so when we're sitting, it'll be here, and the other one will be on our left side. And the plane holds 2 people, so it's reasonably sized. I mean, the tail section of the fuselage is basically covering like from the whole height of my garage, so it's kind of nice to do show and tell when you have other parts. Yep. This plane is a little bit... Hey, Smarty, thank you for the follow. Chloe gets a virtual treat.
Thanks for the follow, Schmitty. Chloe just got a virtual treat.
Chloe is our lovely mascot that's wagging her tail over there. But yeah, back to what we're working on. We're doing the final upsizing of this part and then the back bracket that we have to take care of. So we're going to start with this guy right here. We're going to flip this part over. Actually, yeah, we're going to flip this part over, upsize it, swap this guy, upsize the other hole, and go back and forth until we're done with that guy. And then we're going to save that gold Clico for the backside. Maybe take another one from the front because we do need 2 for the back bracket. Well, maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, it's been interesting because as the parts have gotten bigger, I've had to expand how I do the stream, which is why I have like that remote camera and other things and like so many like wide shots. But when we first started, I literally only needed this view with this webcam and this overhead because I would build small parts here in a small little space. Okay, and then that I think is pointing good. Let's check that. Mobile, yep, that's good enough. Okay, so we know we're doing these 2 holes right here below there. I'm just gonna peek up and look at the plans and just double check that. 5, 1 slightly above, and then 2 below. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 slightly above, and then 2 below. So it's these 2 guys are the ones we're up drilling. But yeah, this is our Saturday stream. Wednesdays we typically do sim racing, and then the rest of the week we do variety gaming. Right now we've been playing a lot of Arc Raiders, but it's typically variety gaming. And then Thursdays is my viewer night where I play games with my viewers. Either they direct the stream or I game with them. Okay. Yep, that's the right one. Just double checking. Even though I already drilled. I should have checked before I drilled, but... Gotta take my FAA picture. Mandatory FAA picture chat for the log, the build blog. Now these don't have to be tight fit holes. Yeah, these don't have to be tight fit holes, so these we're going to be a little more generous with the drill to make sure that the screws can come in and out fairly easily. I could use a reamer, but my 3/16 reamer got damaged. Okay, that feels almost perfect. So I'm just gonna use the drill bit here. Yep. I feel like the last little bit is just the hole is not clean. Oh, Pups is barking up a storm. Yeah, she's good, so. That's good. That's solid. And we gotta do the other one. Okay, that's good. Okay. That guy's set. Now we're gonna take off that gold cleco because we're gonna need to use it for the back half. Now the back half is gonna be a little bit more difficult. So now we've got to do these two guys right here that hold a bracket, but that bracket is kind of just held by these two, so it makes it a little bit difficult to drill. So the way we're going to do is we're actually going to flip this part over and we're going to work from the other side so that we can kind of manually hold the bracket, because I don't have a clamp that's long enough to get from the end here. I should honestly buy one, and I think I'll stop by Lowe's and buy one, but I don't have a clamp that's long enough for that, so. But, so you guys can see, that should give you a good view. Right there. So it's this guy right here. So the nice thing is, even though I don't have a good clamp for him, because I have a line measured, I can basically make sure that it's in the right spot. So we're gonna start by drilling this top guy right here. And I'm just going to make sure that everything's good. Okay. And these don't have to be tight fit. So, since they don't have to be tight fit, if we get just a hair of movement, that's okay. It's not the end of the world. But we want them to be as precise as possible, because any kind of loose movement can potentially cause, like, you know, cracking over time. And now we're going to switch to our bigger drill bit. Okay, and now we're going to check with our bolts. What do we do with our bolt? Where's our bolt? Uh-oh. We lost our test bolt. Oh, there we go. Yep, she's still a little tight, so. Getting there. Sorry about the barking, chat. Okay, good. That's solid. We're gonna get our one gold Clico that we have left. I ordered more. Now we're gonna do the top half of this. And make sure we're lined up correctly, nothing's moved. We're happy with where we're at, and beautiful. Just a little bit more. Yep, we're good. Okay. Alright, chat. She is done. Because I don't want that clamp to fall and the other holes are already tight fitting, we're gonna go ahead and just put this here for now. And we are done doing all the drilling we need to do for this. Oh, definitely, Schmarty, definitely. Honestly, I think the neighbor has a weird car parked in front of the house, and I don't know if she's barking at the car or what she's barking at, or if there's people coming in and out of the house. Because I've never seen that car there before. So that might be why she's barking, but I don't know. Now the question, chat, is, it's 8 p.m. Do we commit to deburring? Because it's 8 p.m. my time. Do we commit to deburring and like another 4 hours and finishing at midnight? Or do we call it here because we've been building for 5.5 hours so far? I think I'm leaning towards calling it because I don't do well when I have to deburr and I'm like really tired at the end of a stream, so I like to start streams when I have to do deburring. Nisha! Oh my god, Nisha, how are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Let's freaking go. I mean, I'll commit. I'll commit if chat really wants me to do it, but I don't know. Ah! Wait, I almost lost a bolt. Wait, I did lose a bolt. Where's it? No, I didn't lose a bolt. I have the bolt. I lost a nut. Where'd the nut go? Okay, this is not good. This is the second nut I've lost in 2 weeks. Where did it go? It fell. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. Ah, found it. Ah. Oh, it absolutely is. So, I can give you a quick peek of what deburring is, okay? Deburring is where you take some tools. So, I usually have to go respirator mode. But you get some tools like, for example, this deburring bit that has a countersink like a bit at the end. And this, which is done for doing the edges of panels. This one's pretty easy. It's pretty quick. You just do a couple slides. But this one is the one that drives me crazy. I basically have to disassemble the whole part that we did today. All the parts individually. And then every hole that I've drilled on every part, I've got to pass this tool around it and do like the little wiggle on both sides of every hole. On every part. So it can be a little mind-numbing. It can be it can drive you a little crazy, but I'm gonna show you essentially why we need to do it. And this camera's gonna be a little shaky, so I apologize. But you see that right there? That's a perfect example of a really bad like burr. Right? Everywhere you drill a hole, you got these little lips that your nail gets caught on, but you also got these little metal overhangs, right? So even a hole like this one that looks good, it has a little bit of a lip. You see how my nail gets caught on it? And from the other side as well. So you have to clean all that up because that can turn into stress fractures. And airplanes vibrate, so it's a high vibration environment. So yeah. So, I've got to disassemble everything next time, deburr everything, then I can reassemble with the temporary fasteners that you guys have seen me put on and off a million times. And then we can, all these bolts are going to go in, except for 4 that are going to go in, but they're going to be loose. They're not going to be tight because we need to do some other stuff with them eventually. And we're going to rivet a ton of things. It's known as a dog leg like screwdriver basically, or dog leg deburring tool. And the way it works is because it has like this little angle with this little like dog leg over here. You can hold this part straight and just twist and it basically goes around. So it's used for, this one in particular is used for deburring because it has a screw point that you can change these bits on. So this kind of comes off, right? And then it just screws on. This is a typical like countersinking bit that you would put into like a micro stop or something. But you also use it for deburring. This one is wicked. It's got a V channel cut in it. I don't know if you can tell, but it's got like a V channel cut in it. And so basically you slide it across the metal edge and it rounds the metal edge. So that the metal edge isn't sharp. So I do that to all my corners. And then I also take some of these pieces, like the brackets, like where they're sharp. Like these, all these little side braces here have sharp edges. Those I take on a grinding wheel and clean them up. And so I wear a respirator because the aluminum dust is not good to inhale. It's been linked to Alzheimer's. And my memory is already terrible, so. But yeah, next week we're gonna disassemble this whole part. We're gonna clean it all up, deburr it, reassemble it, rivet all the parts that are supposed to be riveted, and then we'll be done with this page. The forward fuselage sides will be done. And I believe the next page after this is we have to actually attach these sides, this left one and the right one, to the tail. Oh yeah, definitely. And to do that, I need to clean up my whole garage. So we're probably going to finish this part next week. I may take a week off to rearrange my garage. I may just get help over. I don't know yet. We'll see. But another reason why I think I'm going to stop now is because we're at the 6-hour mark. I need to vacuum. I need to clean up. And I'm supposed to go to a kid's birthday party tomorrow at like 8 a.m. and we're going to SeaWorld. So I should probably get some rest considering I went out last night. But yeah, no. Okay. So in order to like not die from aluminum dust, I have a respirator with some nice filters. These filters are actually are rated for organic vapors. They are a little old at this point, so I don't think at this point they will clear organic vapors. You're supposed to change them every 30 days if you're using them for organic vapors. But the metal dust particles, they definitely will clean up. Oh yeah, absolutely, Smitty. So this is my Saturday stream. I typically do this every Saturday. Wednesdays we do sim racing. Mondays and Tuesdays I'm typically off. Thursdays are viewer night where I play games with my viewers. Viewers kind of get to pick what I play or how I play, either game restrictions or other things. And then sometimes I will do like a side quest Sunday where I'll do Switch games or I'll do some other like random like, you know, ad hoc stream, but I don't like to commit to the Sunday. But yeah, any tools you have questions about, any plans, how the plans are drawn, any of that, I'd be more than happy to cover. That's kind of the whole point of why I did this stream, is because I wanted to expose people who wouldn't normally see this to this. And thanks to the amazing community, I have ideas to long term, once we build the airplane, put a Starlink in the plane and live stream flights. So, but we'll have to do some testing and see how that goes. And, you know, see what pilot workload is like and all that. So we're a long way away from that. That's probably like 2 years out. But I think long term I may start doing that. And we will be setting up a flight sim setup to add to the racing sim. And we're probably going to swap one of our nights. Maybe the Thursday viewer night we're going to do viewer flights where the viewers pick our destination and we fly to that airport. We do flight planning. We do that whole process. Because I need the practice anyways, because I'm working on my IFR pilot's license. I have my regular pilot's license, but I want my IFR. So I'm going to get some of the MOSA equipment with force feedback and set up like a nice Microsoft Flight Simulator sim on my existing racing sim. So if you haven't seen the racing sim, it's pretty freaking awesome. Catch me on a Wednesday and I'll give you a tour of the sim. Either way, I'm going to cut it off here. I have some cleanup and some other things to do, unless you guys want to watch me vacuum, which I don't think you guys do. I'm going to end the stream here, and we will be back next Saturday to finish this part. And we might do a late night stream Sunday night. So we'll see. It depends on how late I'm out and how I feel after SeaWorld, because it's a lot of walking. And I'm old. I don't look old, but I'm old, so... thank you for the follows. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for hanging out with me and sharing in my airplane building adventure. And I hope to see you guys next week. Bye, Nisha. Bye, Shackle. Bye, Smarty. Oh my God, it's Smarty. I am so sorry. If I mispronounce names, please tell me. Please correct me. Just give me a phonetic spelling, and I will do my best. But we'll give a little more dog love before we go for those who joined a little later. Oh, come here. Come here. Come here. My little terror. My little terror. She's so gray. Look at that face. She used to be all brown and now she's all white and super hyper reflective. Oh. Yeah. She's 13. She's been with me since I moved to San Diego, so yeah, we love her. Anyhow, have a great night. Thank you for watching and see you all next week if you're here for the build stream or during the week if you guys just want to hang out with me. Take care and bye! Actually, chat. Should we raid someone? Before I go, should we raid someone? I'll leave it up to you guys, chat. Should we raid someone? Let's check if there's anything interesting in Makers and Crafters. Let's share the love because I'm finishing earlier than I normally do. So normally I don't raid people because I finish normally I don't raid people because I finish so late that it doesn't make sense, you know, to raid someone at like 1 or 2 in the morning. But let's search makers and crafting. At some point, I need to set up a kitchen stream so that you guys can see my cooking. I do cooking on TikTok, but not anywhere else. Let's see, we got some unboxing, 3D PNG, a Gundam build, claymation. Someone's making, someone's crocheting. We're doing an airplane. We're almost done though. There's a sculpture. What do you guys think, chat? Give me your votes. Do we want to do a Gundam build? Do we want to do we definitely don't want to do, I don't think 3D printing makes sense. Like, there's some cool stuff in 3D printing, but someone painting exotic orchids? How do we feel about painting, chat? Are we digging painting? I think we're gonna go with a painting stream. 3D exotic orchids? That sounds cool. Let's do it. Let's do it. This one. Yep. we go, chat. We're coming in, chat. Let's freaking go.